Good evening and welcome. I would like to call the Tuesday, January 27th, 2026 City of Cibolo Council meeting to order. Roll call and excused absences. Ms. Cunningham is here. She is just having an issue that is going to be resolved shortly. So all are present. And so I would like to invite Mr. Pastor Jimmy, who is the pastor of our firefighting team, chaplain, thank you, up to the podium for the invocation. Please rise. Hi and welcome.
Your Spirit would go before this meeting, Father, that everything that would be talked about here, every decision that would be made would be a decision that would be for the betterment and the benefit of the citizens who live in the city of Cibolo, and it would be for your glory and your honor. I pray, Lord, that you would just keep tempers down, Father, that tongues would be contained, and that everything would bring glory to you here. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
And now I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This evening, we have a public hearing. The public hearing is on a resolution to authorize private streets in accordance with the 2024 Unified Development Code, Article 18, Transportation for the Schlother Ranch Residential Subdivision. Mr. Vasquez. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and members of the council, this is a request to conduct a public hearing for a proposed subdivision that will have private streets, not dedicated to the city, but operated by the homeowners, operated and maintained by the homeowners association. Your development code specifically requires that the city council approve the private street location. So tonight you'll be conducting a public hearing on that, and then later on your agenda, you'll have an agenda item where you can consider approval of the private street development. The developer is here. I don't think he plans to speak, but if you have any questions, I'm sure he'd be glad to answer them.
Are you going to go over the map or the streets at all? No?
If you'd like me to for the public hearing, we can do that, or let's see.
I think bringing up the map and the location is helpful.
Okay.
That way, if somebody says this and this, we can see the this and this.
I can see it here.
Thank you.
There you go.
Okay. So, the time is now 6:36, and I will open the public hearing if there's anybody here to speak on this item. All righty then. Seeing nobody here to speak, thanks for bringing up the map. 6:36, we will close the public hearing. Sorry. I thought it would be helpful. All right. Now we're moving on to the citizens to be heard, and this is the only time during the council meeting that a citizen can address the city council. It is the opportunity for visitors and guests to address the city council on any issue to include agenda items. All visitors wishing to speak must fill out the sign-in roster prior to the start of the meeting, and city council may not deliberate any non-agenda issue, nor may any action be taken on any non-agenda issue at this time. However, city council may present any factual responses to items brought up by citizens. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Remarks may be addressed to any individual member of the council, so long as the remarks are about matters of local public concern and are not disruptive to the meeting or threatening to the member or any attendee, including staff, city staff. Any person violating this policy may be requested to leave the meeting, but no person may be requested to leave or forced to leave the meeting because of the viewpoints expressed. This meeting is live streamed. Okay. The first order of business, we have citizen T.G. Benson. Mr. Benson wrote an email into me. I will read that email. To the mayor and city council, I am writing regarding the fee adjustment on the agenda tonight, and I am deeply concerned about the city's past decisions regarding water lease purchases and the lack of accountability that appears to have followed. The former Public Works Director made strong recommendations that the city needed to acquire a significant amount of water through leases. It has since become clear that many of those leases were not actually necessary. In addition, the post-retirement consulting agreement raised serious ethical and financial questions. What I would like to see clearly and publicly addressed are the following. Was this the kind of work he has been doing for the city? If he would have continued with his contract, would we still be buying these water leases that we apparently don't need? How much water was actually needed versus how much was purchased? How much did the city spend on leases that were unnecessary? How much money was collected from water customers for water that the city did not need? And what corrective actions, if any, have been taken? I would like to see the council would believe in transparency, fiscal responsibility, and accountability. This is the time to take action and demonstrate it. Please answer these questions. Thank you, Mr. Benson. Okay. The next person to speak is Joel Hicks. You okay? Good evening and welcome, Mr. Joel Hicks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Joel Hicks, I just wanted to speak on 8A, the Main Street rail crossing and getting sidewalks to cross over there. I went up to San Marcos this past week, took some pictures. I did send them to the mayor and to Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens. There's a member of our church, a brother from my church that he works for Union Pacific. He mentioned this to me, how San Marcos has made it available for them to have sidewalks with all the students and all that attend the college up there. I went up and took these pictures. A lot of them, all they've done is added the concrete blocks in the center and the sides, and then they've paved up to those blocks, or they've concreted up to those blocks, and there's no need to move the arms. I mean, I've got many pictures that can be provided to, if one of y'all can provide them to the staff moving forward with that. But this is something we've needed for a long time. And then they just paint on the sidewalk, railroad crossing, you know, stop when there's a train. So I don't know that they've had any accidents. I would have to reach out to San Marcos to see how many pedestrians were hit by the railroad from them just crossing. But I just wanted to pass that along. A couple other things, but I'll get to it's 12D, the designing contest for a challenge coin. I know that the council cut the budget on that. I don't know why we're going to go out and reproduce another coin when I believe the coin we have is one that was reproduced just a few years ago, and have another one put out there. So I know that's on y'all's agenda tonight. I don't know that that's a wise thing to, you know, spend money that we don't have when the challenge coin is just fine, the one that we have currently. The last one is 11A. Mr. Benson spoke on it, and I'm glad to see that we're looking at those fees, and we're going to remove those fees because, you know, we spent hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of dollars on what they call paper water from a former employee that didn't have an education in this, didn't have a degree in it, and didn't have the experience that he thought he did. So I'm glad to see that we're removing that. I want to thank y'all. Continue doing what you're doing. Appreciate y'all, and thank you for y'all's service.
Mr. Hicks, I wanted to say thank you very much for bringing the crossing guard, the different kind of railroad crossings to my attention, because it could significantly lower the cost and the time possibly needed for getting that done. So I will be circling back with Mr. Reed and sharing that information with him. So thank you very much for that. And for the challenge coin, I think that the reason is because we have a 60-year challenge coin right now, and I think going forward into the upcoming years, okay. I think that's what it would be. And
We had the 60, and then we went to a different one.
we do have a different one?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know we had a different one.
But thank
Well,
you. and
thank you.
I'm here to continue to serve y'all, so thank y'all.
Thank you. Okay. All right, that is all the citizens we have to be heard. So we will move on to the consent agenda. All items listed below are considered to be routine and non-controversial by the council and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered as part of the order of business. All right. I have 7A, which is approval of the minutes of the special city council meeting held on January 13th, 2026, and 7B, approval of the minutes of the city council meeting held on January 13th, 2026.
Mayor, I would like to go ahead and pull 7B for a correction on the minutes to one of the subcommittees.
Okay. Do I have a motion for 7A?
I'd like to make a motion to approve 7A.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I have a tie second.
I'll second that.
How do I get this off my thingy? It's not. There you go. Have it. Ah, thank you. I think, did you have to vote?
Wait.
That's okay. All right. Oh, you also are gray. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Sanchez-Stevens.
Yes, so I noticed that on our meeting minutes, in the section of the subcommittee, just a very minor correction that needed to be made as I was going down, documenting all the subcommittees to get everything straight and correcting my records just as well, is that the subcommittee to the CIP should reflect Councilman McLaughlin, Councilwoman Cunningham, and Councilwoman Patterson, Ms. Patterson, rather than Ms. Danetta Roberts. So that just needs that minor correction. So it should reflect Councilwoman Patterson instead of Councilwoman Danetta Roberts for the CIP subcommittee. Okay. So I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes for 7B with the correction of the CIP subcommittee to Ms. Councilwoman Patterson instead of Ms. Danetta Roberts.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Okay. Wonderful, thank you. Then we're moving on to the mayor's follow-up. I have committed to keeping the Union Pacific sidewalk across a railroad track on the agenda until we accomplish that. So we will have an update from Mr. Reed about that in his staff report. And 8B, the Main Street crosswalk discussion. If you remember the last meeting, we had given Councilwoman, or the meeting before last, we had given Councilwoman Roberts the ability to go before the Economic Development Corporation and talk about funding the sidewalk in front of.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I wasn't given permission to go speak with them, but we did kind of all decide that we wanted to go to EDC to see if that would be something
Thank
they
you.
would take
That is
care of in the
Correction,
downtown
yes.
area.
Thank you. She was, we all had a consensus, thank you, that's better language. We all had a consensus, and Ms. Roberts Councilwoman Roberts went before the EDC. I sit on the EDC as the ex officiato, and the EDC did agree at that time to allow us, or to fund it up to their amount that they're going to do for the one crosswalk in front of the Old Main and the mill. And so the one thing I would like you to know is that we have had some good news, and we are looking more for the 1555 grant to come, and so we should also be hearing about that shortly. And so this is going to remain on our agenda until we get a little bit further along with the clearance of how that funding looks, so that we are doing it most judiciously. So I just wanted to follow up with you all on that. Any questions? Okay, moving on to staff updates. Administration, a capital improvement program, updates on projects, Main Street sidewalk across the railroad, planning SB 1555 grant, planning the Veterans Nimitz Park renovation, planning community center renovations phase 2, planning FM 78 water main extension, under construction FM 78 sewer rehabilitation, under construction FM 1103 utility relocation, design Deer Creek Boulevard, Cordero, I lost my place because to Falling Sun, substantial completion fiscal year 25 street rehabilitation package 2 is under construction, Silver Wing, Cibolo Valley Drive to Thistle Creek, Town Creek Road, Green Valley to Bentwood Pass, and Firebird Run, Silver Wing to Kipper Avenue, Tolly Road design, Town Creek Trail design, and all of the others. Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mayor. And let me start with the capital improvement projects. And so starting on this, we have on the Main Street sidewalk across the railroad. Staff has received the proposal from our consultants to begin the design phase of this. We're working with finance right now to identify the funds for this purchase order with our consultant. That's the only other update. I'll have all of the information in my email to you. On the SB 1555 grant, this is for the pedestrian bridge over the railroad and the north-south connector roadway over the railroad. The northeast pedestrian crossing for the Town Creek Trail, the project scope to construct a pedestrian walkway over UPR and the Loop 539 as part of the Town Creek Trail. Staff was successful in submitting this application. TxDOT did allow us to be one of several communities to advance to the detailed determination. Award determination is end of February per TxDOT's website. Our two grants were 2 of 33 that were advanced to the final stage. And we are receiving some positive feedback from TxDOT at this time about both of those applications. On the north-south parkway or connector, staff received a support letter from UPRR for a local contribution up to 5% or 5% of the 10% match. So in other words, we should be saying they're willing to give 50% of the local match as part of this project. So that was helpful, and we received one for the bridge as well, because if we are awarded the project, it's a 90-10 split, 10% local match. The last OPRR for the roadway was around 68 million, so our 10% is 6.8, call it 7 million. So again, if we are successful, they'll step up and provide half of that funding. On the Nimitz and Veterans Park renovations, this is the design stage. Staff will be meeting with, consultants will be meeting with staff this week to discuss possibly a council workshop to go over the OPCC and scope for both projects. We would like to schedule our presentation to council in February. The community center renovations phase 2, staff is completing a purchase order with finance for quorum
to provide architectural design services. The scope of work for Phase 2 is much more complex than Phase 1, so we felt it was much better to have architectural renderings to put that out for bid. And so the design completion would be sometime late March, procurement to be completed by June, and begin construction in July with about 90 days of construction. The FM 78 water main extension under construction. The project's ongoing and on schedule. It's 90% of the pipe is in the ground. Approximately 100 feet of pipe to be installed. Next milestone is to connect the new services for testing. And we expect substantial completion by March, in March. And then FM 1103 utility relocation. Staff has completed all exceptions with TxDOT, and that is a process where we have to submit where we believe that the existing utilities where they are could remain, and we're asking TxDOT for an exception from the otherwise strict requirement to relocate them because we believe that there's not a conflict that would impede TxDOT's plans. And we've received final approval letters. So we did receive from TxDOT approval for those exceptions. That's good. It lowers our cost. On FY25 street rehab package number 2, Town Creek Road, sidewalk installation is ongoing. Weather impacts have delayed the completion of the sidewalk. Staff is waiting on an update from the contractor. Currently, substantial completion is for mid-February. This will shift due to the inclement weather that we all know what we just went through. Firebird Run is under construction. Roadway excavation is ongoing. Project is on schedule. Approximate completion is early April 2026. Tolly Road design. Staff will be providing council with a project update during February. And then staff travel. I have 2 staff travel updates, and then I have one just FYI because you may hear about it. It's not training, but it is out of state. And so in economic development, we have a member of our ED staff who was accepted into the Oklahoma University Economic Development Institute last year. So this is a very prestigious program in which economic development professionals receive their certification as a professional economic development individual. So he will be attending the spring session of the OU EDI, that's the Economic Development Institute, in New Orleans, April 18th through the 24th. It's a first step toward testing for the CECD, and the schedule is full days and mandatory attendance. And that is in the budget this year for training. We also have one of our battalion chiefs who's been requested to teach at the Bearers of the Oath Conference. That's in Calhoun, Georgia, scheduled for February 8th through the 13th. This battalion chief will be instructing the engines, operations, and rapid intervention team portions of the conference. This will be at no cost to the city. I'm not going to read everything there, but the conference is paying for his travel, room and board, and so forth. And unrelated to training, but out-of-state travel, I just want to make council aware that every time we order a truck, in the cost of that truck is travel for a select number of staff to go up to the manufacturer to talk about the design before it's being manufactured, and then during design, and then at the end. So upcoming in February, there will be the first of 2 visits, and that will be our fire chief and 3 staff members. This approval visit is a critical milestone in the development of the new pumper that was approved with FY24 capital improvement funds. And the pumper truck was just under $1 million. Included in that price is this trip. So this trip serves as a formal opportunity for the department to meet in person with the Pierces, and Pierce is the manufacturer, Pierce's requirements manager and subject matter experts to finalize and validate all specifications for the apparatus. During the approval visit, operational needs, safety requirements, and departmental standards are reviewed in detail to ensure the pumper is designed to meet current and future service demands. So that is the update on out-of-state travel and just an out-of-state travel for our fire truck. The Ishan facility tour, I need to give you an update after this on the dates that we gave back based upon your feedback, and then a date that Ishan has agreed to. And I'll do that later. And then the council strategic management workshop. So we did receive, and I appreciate many of you who responded to the alternative dates of March 21st and then April 11th. And on both of those, we were finding several council members who could not make it. So I talked to the mayor last week and I said, Mayor, I'd like to just go back to March 28th. We'll take a break for the Easter egg hunt. We did that last year. And so March 28th is the date of the strategic management workshop.
With
That's
a
it, Mayor.
small break to hunt Easter eggs with the children of Cibolo.
If I see you on the field grabbing eggs from 5-year-olds, Mayor, I'm just going to have to walk out there and say, no more.
The golden egg, yeah.
All kidding aside, it'll be a good break from the strategic management workshop.
So it's good to have longer legs, just saying.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any questions? Everybody catch that date, March 28th? Okay. We're going to have to wear our Easter clothes. All right, now we are going to go into a lot of resolutions for Chief Andreas. So 10A, approval, disapproval of a resolution authorizing the submission of grant applications to the Office of the Governor for the Public Safety Project. Chief Andreas. Do you want me to read all of them so that you can kind of consolidate it, or do we going to move one by one?
I would say, could we, if you want to read all of them, they're pretty much the same, all of, and I can answer individual questions.
Okay.
Based on those.
Let
But
me-
all of them are just applications to submit, right?
I see no problem with calling them all out so
Yep.
that the public knows, and then allowing Chief, so let me go ahead and read 10B. Approval, disapproval of a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application to the Office of the Governor of the General Victim Assistance Project, Chief Andreas. 10C, approval, disapproval of a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application to the Office of the Governor for the Peace Officer Mental Health Project. 10D, approval, disapproval of a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application to the Office of the Governor for the Rifle Resistant Body Armor Project, Chief Andreas. 10E, approval, disapproval of the resolution authorizing the submission of grant applications to the Office of the Governor for the Active Attack Response Equipment Project, Chief Andreas. 10F, approval, disapproval of the resolution authorizing the submission of the grant application to the Office of the Governor for the Body-Worn Camera Project, Chief Andreas. One quick message. Mr. Dan, are we allowed to pass them all, or do we have to pass each individual resolution?
So you could have on consent agenda, but they're not on the consent agenda.
Yes, sir.
And they should have the actual resolution number on each one and on this agenda, but I don't see that they do. So you will need to approve these individually.
Hang on one second. I have no resolution number on the resolution that I've been afforded. Can we pass the resolution? Yes.
What is, so each one of these will need to be passed, and you'll need to vote on each one of these individually.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Welcome, and thank you.
Motion to approve 10A?
Actually, can I just ask a quick question?
I also have a question.
We have a motion to approve. We have some discussion. Let me, and a second. Let me have discussion first before we vote. Ms. Sanchez-Stevens, then
defer to
Ms. Roberts.
Well, I just wanted some clarity, Chief, regarding each of these applications. Do each of them have any sort of matching requirements?
So there are some, yeah, we can go through there, like there's two of them that have a match requirement.
Only two of them have a matching requirement?
And I could, if we go through them individually, I'll let you know which ones have a match requirement.
Okay. Thank you.
My question was regarding the match. Do you have an idea of what the match would be for the city?
So it's going to be based on the award we're getting from them. One thing that's different here, and that's why you have a bunch of these grants before you, the state decided this year that they wanted everything uploaded and gone before a governing body before they're submitted. So typically, in each one of them, I can tell you what we, working with the grant writer, would like to submit for, but obviously what we're going to be awarded, we won't know until if we are approved or not.
My apologies. Okay, so to move us on, I have a motion and a second to approve 10A. Now, can we vote? Okay. Okay. Moving on to 10B.
Motion to approve 10B.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any call for discussion?
On 10B, I'll just make note to council that there's a 20% match on that one.
And this is for a personnel.
No, this one, so on this one, Mayor, this is not for personnel. This is actually for our victims of crime. Under this particular grant, which we've applied for before, this is a grant where our victims would be able to receive funding for expenses like medical expenses, counseling, advocacy. They get reimbursed for out-of-pocket expenses. It's eligible through the grant. They would also be eligible for temporary housing, assists with that, funeral expenses, lost days from work. But what the grant does not provide funding for is employee positions or any training. So this is a grant we've
Okay.
had for, it's a great grant for our community because it just benefits our victims.
Absolutely, thank you. And 10C.
Motion to approve 10C.
Second that.
I have a motion and a second. Are you guys, any discussion? Okay, it's time to vote. Oh. Moving on to 10D.
Motion to approve 10D.
I have a motion and a second. Moving on to 10E.
Motion to approve 10E.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay.
Either one of us.
Who made the second? Okay. Moving on to 10F.
Motion to approve 10F.
Second that.
And that's a 20% match as well. Grant we've applied for before.
Any discussion? Okay. Motion to move to, that was it. That's all you got.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you all, I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Have a wonderful evening. Okay. Moving on to 10G, approval, disapproval of a resolution to approve the location of a private street residential subdivision for the Schlother Ranch right, thank you, Ranch Residential Subdivision. Mr. Vasquez.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. This is a resolution seeking approval of the location of a private street
Excuse me,
residential.
Mr. Vasquez, can you speak into the microphone a little bit? I'm sorry, I'm just having a hard time hearing.
Can you hear me? Is that,
Say testing.
testing? Could we pull up the map, please? I know it's on the screen. So, well, there you go. So this property is approximately 115 acres. It's located on the 3100 block of Green Valley Road. It also has frontage on Weidner Road and Town Creek Road as well. The future land use map identifies the property as estate residential, and the property is zoned SF2, half-acre lots. To the north of the property is the Tully Nature Center. Just to the south of there is single-family development. The east is single-family development, and to the west is a vacant tract of property. The property is proposed to have 106 one-half acre lots, and today they're just requesting approval of creating a private street residential subdivision through this resolution as required by Article 18.2, private streets. It says that private streets are to allow the city to be competitive in the development market and to provide a broader variety of residential products in the marketplace. The Location of private street subdivisions must be approved by city council on a case-by-case basis, and to follow the specific use permit process, which we understand to be public hearings, and then resolution adoption before the P and Z and the city council. P and Z did recommend approval. With that, the applicant is present, as well as the applicant's engineers, if any members of the council have any questions.
All right, do we have any discussion?
So we're just,
So this approval is just for the private street. There's several things for this neighborhood. I just want to be clear what we're approving with each of these separate motions.
Yeah, so this is just authorizing the development to build out with a private street network.
Okay, so this is just, it's not saying this is exactly where the private street's going to go. It's just saying they can do a private street.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I think it's important to note that in our private streets, they are still built. Like in our UDC, even for private streets, they are still built to the same standard as any of our other streets. So that doesn't change. Some of the requirements or some of the things that we would be looking at in our UDC for things that we're looking are north-south or connectivity. So generally in our UDC, we want the subdivisions to connect together, but also called out in our UDC is a desire to have these kinds of communities. So do we have another north-south street that goes from Green Valley Road to Weidner? We do in Mesa Western. So since we do have access through Mesa Western on a north-south trek from Green Valley to Weidner, then we would have met that connection requirement. So this is an opportunity for us to have something different in that area. But I just wanted to make sure that you all knew that the streets are built to the same standard.
I make a motion to approve 10G.
second,
I have a motion and a second. Danetta. Okay. All right. Now we are through the resolutions. And on to 11A, the approval, disapproval of an ordinance by the City Council amending Ordinance 1515 fee schedule. Ms. Miranda. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. In December, City Council approved Ordinance 1515 with an update to our fee schedule with recommended utility rate increases. Since December, our water resource consultant, LRE Water, has confirmed that the city maintains more than enough capacity to meet TCEQ system requirements. Given this information, the city is able to reduce our utility fund budget by $1 million in expenditures in 2026. To pass the savings on to our customers, we are recommending eliminating the water acquisition fee that generates approximately $860,000 annually. The removal of the fee is on page 27 of Exhibit A. We're also taking the opportunity, since we are amending it, to add a fee under development applications on the Public Works fee schedule for water and wastewater system evaluation. This would ensure that an evaluation is performed by our engineering consultants to ensure that there is available capacity for the new development. The fee is proposed at $1,500 each, a water system evaluation and a wastewater system evaluation, and is shown on page 15 of Exhibit A. Those are the only changes that we're bringing forward at this time. Staff recommends approval of the ordinance amending the fee schedule.
I would like to take a moment to thank Ms. Miranda for some work that she did to make looking at ordinances like this much easier. She has affixed the agenda link to allow us to have access to her attachments, the attachments of all of the agenda. So thank you. That was amazing. So any discussion?
I make a motion to approve 11A.
I would like to say, because the residents may not understand the impact of this, usually on our water bill, we are charged about $9 every single month to acquire water. This is something we passed back in 2024, and being that we hired a water consultant here recently, we went ahead and had an evaluation on how much more water we needed. Came to find out that based on the report that everyone can download on Agenda Link, you can see the consultant's analysis in that we are good with water at this particular time, so there's no need for additional water acquisition. So what that means is that we have been collecting $9 a month up until this point, and that will save us approximately $860,000 annually. And so that means that we have a surplus in our water fund, about $860,000 over, or probably more than that over this time. And but just wanted to let residents know the impact as utilities have gone up. This particular bill will be going down by $9, and the wastewater impact fee, the wastewater will go up just very, very, not even to the $9 mark. So there should be substantial savings for our residents. But just wanted to clarify on that, because I know it's hard to understand what these things mean when you're not following them all the time. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. That is important to the people watching, is how much your bill is going to go down individually. So it's $9 a
Absolutely.
month. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good news for the residents. Okay. Moving on to give me just a minute. I need to check some notes. My apologies. I just wanted to make sure I had received some notification, and I want to make sure I was doing the discussion actions on these correctly. 12A, discussion action to approve the Schlatter Ranch residential subdivision land study. Mr. Vasquez.
Could we have the map up again, please? Yeah, great. So this item is related to the resolution you just approved authorizing private streets within this development. Typically, we use land studies when we have multi-phase developments where we're coordinating the street network with the arterial street network and the infrastructure systems, water, sewer, and electric, to make sure the phasing works together. The only time we require a land study other than phase developments is when you have private street development. So in this case, we are required to approve a land study. This will be built, all 106 lots will be built at one time. It'll be a single phase development. So you're approving the layout that you see here before you for the development. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions. And the developer and their engineer are here and are also available for questions.
Thank you. Any questions? This is procedural for the streets that we have already passed. So this is basically, we have to also include this if we are going to allow the streets to be private. Okay.
Motion to approve 12A.
The other Roberts. I have a motion and a second. Thank you. Okay. The developer had asked for us to pull the action item 12B. I would like to have a slight amount of discussion about this evening, but we are not going to be taking any action. I have asked Ms. Simics to print out some pages in our UDC, because I think I would like you guys, while we know that the PIA is going to come back, to have some information, not to downplay anybody's knowledge of the UDC, but because we do have some new council persons on the dais, and this is the legal way for me to discuss it with you. So all that's being handed out are 2 pages that are in our UDC in the sections that are referenced for this. The first page is section 18.19, linear parks. I'm going to read it on for the record. It is the policy of the city to reserve appropriate space that may be interconnected into a linear park network. The city council may require that any drainage or utility easement that provides a connection or connections to adjoining neighborhoods or an existing or proposed linear park network also be designed as a public access easement for the purpose of providing pedestrian and bicycle access, and may request parkland dedication for this purpose in accordance with the UDC. Linear parks, when proposed or where required, must be designed in accordance with the Cibolo Design and Construction Manual. So I want you to see that this is not an exceptional ask. This is something that is within our UDC and actually is appropriate for us to reserve that space to bring it into interconnected parks. So while it is part of our PIA, it is absolutely within the scope of our UDC. This would be an expectation, okay? So I want to make sure that everybody knows that it would be expected that we would have this linear park. And on the second page, under 19, it doesn't give you this section, but it's under 19. So the next section, this was 18.19 linear parks, and this is 19, I think it doesn't say what it is, but 19.4, this is under drainage. The following provides the required drainage easements. Number 4, where it says, in our UDC, it says, where a drainage easement or right-of-way is located within a regulatory floodplain, the limits of the Zone A or Zone AE floodplain will be dedicated to the city along with an additional buffer width of 30 feet on either side of the floodplain. This means that floodplain will be dedicated to the city, and we are supposed to take it in. So even though this is negotiating within the PIA, it's really non-negotiable. It's in our UDC. So we need to be looking, when we look at this linear park project, it would be out of character of our statutes not to want to have the linear park system in place. And it goes on further to say, unless expressly stated on a recorded plat, the day-to-day maintenance of all easements with respect to mowing and related aesthetic considerations shall be the responsibility of the owner except floodplains, which will not be maintained. So this floodplain will be maintained. We're going to put a linear park in it, and it is it is congruent with our linear park plan, it is congruent with our UDC, and it is congruent with our drainage easements. So that's really what I wanted to bring out about this issue, because there is another neighborhood who is requesting a similar type of situation. And so I just wanted to let you know, in the PIA, that linear park, that easement, and that floodplain are all clearly outlined in our UDC. And so unless there is some good reason, the statute stands. That's really all I have to say. Any questions, or can we move on?
I was just going to say, there's a lot of details and stuff in here. I'm glad that we are going to revisit this later. We have a history of PIAs in Cibolo that have not been super great. They have not been advantageous to this city, and we are dealing with some of those still. This is a very thoughtful PIA with a lot of different pieces in it. And before we actually vote on this, I'm glad we have a little bit of time to kind of let it marinate, because there is a lot, and we want to do it the right way. We don't want to end up with the other situations that we're dealing with now with Knights Crossing and everything else. So I'm excited that this development is coming. We've been talking about getting big lots, it sounds like the store, sorry. Bigger lot communities to come into Cibolo, so I am excited to see that. I think that this could be a great partnership. I just want to make sure that we all take the time to really read about it and make sure we're making the best PII possible, so we don't end up with these situations 10 years down the road where the next council's shaking their fist at us saying, what did they do? So.
Well, and I also really wanted to call out what it says in the UDC about the drainage and the linear park. So this is combining both of them, and I just wanted to make you aware of that for the future discussion. So anything else? Okay. All right. 12C, discussion action on amending the approved minutes of the October 27th, 2025 City Council meeting. Councilman McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Secretary's office has a copy of what's being passed to you. This is on me. I sent this submission late for the last meeting, but that's all right. Here it is. It was just an amendment to the two actions we took coming out of executive session on the 27th. Note that the original minutes, Ms. Chapman's 10% increase was not in there, and just changing the verbiage to verbatim to what was said for the city manager's contract. For the record, I can read it out. Ms. Cunningham moved to appoint Ms. Chapman as interim city secretary effective November 3rd with a 10% increase to her current pay and to begin recruitment and hiring process for assistant city secretary. Seconded, approved 7-0. And then I motion to extend the city manager's contract through the end of 2030 with 5% increase in salary for FY26 and 5% increase in FY27, a reduction of his annual vacation accrual from 5 weeks to 4 weeks. Seconded and approved 4-3.
Okay, so I think the only thing that's changed is that we would add the 10%, because that would be reflective of what is missing from the minutes at this time. So if we're going to make the amendment, the motion would be to amend it to include the percentage of the increase to the current pay.
And then the city manager's contract, I don't have the minutes from it, but I believe it said remove a week of vacation where it was a reduction of his annual vacation accrual.
So you want the...
What's written in this email is verbatim what was motioned on both action items.
Okay, so in the area where you're talking about the minutes reflecting a reduction of his annual vacation accrual from 5 weeks to 4 weeks. So the words specifically that we would be amending would be including the 10% increase and then changing the word to a reduction of his annual. Is that correct? Vacation accrual? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So I motion to approve the amendment of the minutes for October 27th.
And that's all we're changing. We're not taking, okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second from Councilwoman Roberts. Okay. Item 12D, Mr. McLaughlin, would you like to table 12D?
Motion to table 12D.
All right, I have a motion to table. I have a second. Do we have to vote on it, or can we just table it? Ugh. Okay. Um, to coin. Discussion, 12E, discussion action on the proposed Planning and Zoning Commission training, starting with the preliminary plat and final plat ministerial duties. Mr. Vasquez. Again, good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. The planning department was tasked with coming up with some training for the Planning and Zoning Commission. Which, we were asked to provide information related to the Texas Local Government Code and the, let me grab a visual. So we're trying to assist the Planning and Zoning Commission with administering your Unified Development Code. And you're going to hear that a lot, the UDC. When we come up here, we use a lot of acronyms, and we'll be glad to sit down with any of the new council members to work through some of that information. And then the UDC must reflect the authority granted to the city by the Texas Local Government Code by the legislature. And this document changes every 2 years when the legislature meets. They'll chip away at the city's authority to regulate subdivisions and zoning and annexation authority. And so there's a constant training that should be taking place with the members of the Planning and Zoning Commission related to their duties and responsibilities. So we're going to start with the ministerial duties responsible for the approval of subdivision plats, and we'll work through that with the Planning and Zoning Commission at a pace that they're comfortable with. We also attach just a draft document that we're using to internally to identify all the responsibilities and the parties responsible for the approval process. And you can see there's quite a bit of information that is required and that is that we provide oversight when someone is trying to develop a piece of property. So by the time the city council sees a subdivision plat, there's quite a bit of review and compliance that has been required by either the Public Works Department, the city engineer, the planning department, the fire department, and the building officials. So we just provided you a little background information there as well. But we'll share this information with the members of the Planning and Zoning Commission if that's the direction of the city council.
Any questions? You have the mic up.
Would it be possible to open this up to other boards, this training? Is
Yes,
it going to happen?
we're going to, that's one of the things we're going to do. We're going to definitely go through planning and zoning because they're the ones that most, but all the training should be available to any commissioner or even the public if they want to come in and go understand. In that book that you held up, the Texas Local Government Code right there, that's the insurance of our property rights and freedom. And then the UDC is the assurance that our development occurs within the standards of which we have the jurisdiction and authority to lay out. And so understanding both the left and the right-handed books is beneficial to the public and certainly our staff. So, I mean, our commissioners that are doing this unpaid great work for their neighbors and even us, absolutely.
Thank you.
It's a lot.
That was my next question, Mr. Vasquez. Are y'all going to set up some training times, training days? How is that going to work?
We'll defer to the Planning and Zoning Commission members to decide their schedule, and then we'll meet whatever schedule they have. But we would also offer the new members of the council, if you would like to sit down with the staff of the planning department, we'd be glad to go through some of the basics on zoning and subdivision and annexation with you. Anytime, just let us know.
So my hope is that we will have a planning document that is linked to both our UDC and the TLGC where it is appropriate, and that I will ask Mr. Vasquez and Manager Reed to provide to other boards and commissions, EDC, the council, whomever, to attend those trainings, so that we have as many people trained in understanding the requirements, the ministerial duties of subdivided land, and then eventually zoning. And I think we'll have better master planning understanding. I really appreciate the work you're doing on this, Mr. Vasquez. Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay. Moving on to 12F, discussion action on the fiscal year 25 annual report and the updated FY 26-27 Council strategic plan, including the public posting of these documents on the city's website and setting a date for the 2026 strategic management workshop. Mr. Reed and Mr. Morris? Hello again.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Let me pull this up. Dustin Morris was unable to make tonight, so you only have me. Dustin's a great presenter, so I will do my best on this strategic plan and our annual report. And this is the same presentation from January 13th, so the presentation does say January 13th. I've not made any changes since then, so let me pull that up. And that will pop up on the screens. Is it on your screens right now? Okay, I'll proceed. It's not on the overhead yet. So, Mayor and Council, this presentation is really about the City Council's journey, this organization's journey. It started in January of 2022, and the staff cover memo provides you actually several pages of every single step of the way down this journey. I'm going to start with this statement. When I started with the city of Cibolo, the city had no vision. Council had no clear vision statement. The organization had no set values. Service areas, and I'm not saying all service areas, really were without a clear mission statement. We had no plan in place. We were attracting talent that wasn't the talent we needed for the next decade of growth. And so when I say we started a journey in 2022, it really was a journey. Council made a commitment to put a plan in place, to come up with its own vision. Its vision is, as shown on the screen earlier tonight, is Cibolo is a community proud of our historic roots, responsive to residents, and innovating for the future. And while it's a short, easy phrase to remember, it encapsulates your 6 core strategies. And you delve into details of how you're going to become that community through those core strategies, through the actions that you direct staff to do each and every year. And so this journey is about becoming a more proactive and forward-thinking organization. And this year is a pivotal year. It's a year in which I referenced last time at this strategic management workshop, we're going to reimagine the strategic plan, and you will go about a new environmental scan, a SWOT analysis as some people call it, of where we are today, our strengths and weaknesses, those are internal, and our opportunities and threats, those are external, and how does this new assessment shape council's direction on how to focus our limited resources so that we are effective each year on what's most important, rather than reacting to the flavor of the day. That's a saying that I have. This year, I like vanilla, and everybody's going out making the best vanilla, and next year it's strawberry. But why? Because there is no vision. It's just about what's most important to us in the moment. So let me get into this presentation. But for me, that was a big kickoff, just to set the stage of why we're doing this, and where we've come from, and most excitingly, where I want us to be by 2030, by you reshaping this plan in your strategic management workshop. So this is the overview and the presentation. These are the questions I have. What questions do you have about the annual report? What comments and questions do you have about the council strategic plan? When we started in 2022, it was a 5-year plan through FY 27. But what I was saying earlier about at this workshop, you're going to recast your vision through 2030. So 27, 28, 29, 30. That gets us into the next decade. And so the plan that we have before you really is just for this current fiscal year and the next fiscal year. But you're going to reshape this. So for all intent and purposes, it's what we're doing in FY 26. You're not stuck with this plan for the next 2 fiscal years, just to get us through this year while you're reshaping your vision. At every strategic management workshop, the council and the executive team have talked about why is it important. Many of you have attended sessions at your training about strategic planning, why plans are important, how it helps councils better govern. Staff has also gone through many strategic planning trainings and sessions, and it's vital. It's vital to a top-tier organization. There's no top-tier organization that I'm aware of that has done it without a plan and sustained top performance. There's a professional who I like quoting. He says, an individual who's focused on the past and present will certainly miss the future. Think about that. If all council is focused on is the past, trying to fix the past problems, or just the here and now, and you're not focused on that future, where you take time to reflect, analyze, and then draw conclusions from that, we will certainly miss the future. And from the April 25 Strategic Management Workshop, I asked the council members there at the time and the executive team, what is the purpose of a strategic plan? And these were some of those statements that came back. And in those strategic management workshops, we give council an update based upon where we started the fiscal year and where they are in that March-April timeframe. The executive team, for those of you who haven't been in one of those, and we have 3 of you who are new on the dais that haven't been in one, 2 of you have only been in one of those, and the rest of you have been in more than that. Staff comes accountable for telling you where we are with 3, maybe 4. Rick Vasquez was new, and everybody else on the team was chiding him for having more than 3 or 4. He went like with 6 or 7. But for time management, we show you that we're working on the actions that are in the strategic plan. And so we're very proud that each and every year we track our accountability to advance and make progress on what you told us was important. And so this is what it shows that we were aiming for in FY 25. And then this is the chart that in your strategic plan, the annual report, you can see, well, how did we make progress on 38% of them? That's 56 actions. Or why were projects delayed on 17% or 25 of the actions? And as far as how did we complete 45% or 66 actions? Those are in your annual report. And I do impress upon my staff, don't just generalize it. If it was at a certain council meeting where we completed something, we want to say city council approved this or city council gave us direction. So there's some real meat in the updates that we provide. So this is definitely a plan that doesn't sit on a shelf and we just win an awards for it. We win awards because it's effectively changing the way in which we govern. So your annual report's in the packet. I'm here to take any feedback that you have on it. I'll bring it back in a final form. It may be exactly as it is tonight. If you have a comment and I need to clarify something, then that would be a change and I'd bring that update to you. And then the strategic plan, again, this is only for FY '26, FY '27. A final product will be brought back to you. And again, if you want to add something to it for FY '26, please do so. But FY '27 is going to be reshaped at your strategic management workshop.
Okay, I just want to make sure that everybody recognizes that this is the March 28th Easter attire strategic plan opportunity, what you're
Easter
going through.
attire?
Easter attire.
Okay.
Yes. Bunny ears are required. But we will, what you're talking about now, what you've driving through down here and what you handed out at our last meeting, this is all for that March 28th meeting.
So these are not necessarily for the March 28th meeting. What we'll have are exercises at that meeting, but the first one is, I'll call it the SWOT analysis. We're going to do an environmental scan. It's a slightly different approach to a SWOT, but in advance of March 28th, and I did this previously with council during the previous SWOT analysis, I will bring you the exercise. What I'd like during a council workshop in advance of March 28th is that you actually get some of that work done. Then at the workshop, we're not just putting our best ideas up on the wall about your SWOT. We've already clustered them, and we gather together those ideas from Ms. Brown, Mr. McLaughlin, Ms. Cunningham, picking on the three of you. And you three had different ideas, but several of them were the same. So by the time we get to the workshop, you will see how we've consolidated those to show consistency in ideas or differences.
So this is the homework for the March 28th.
I would say read the strategic plan. This is not the homework, Mayor,
Okay.
and I'm sorry that I'm not clear on this.
Nope, I'm just trying to make it clear.
Yes.
Okay.
This tonight is, do you have any comments on the annual report that shows what we did in FY '25? Do you have any comments about the strategic plan as it's presented to you so that we can bring back and just adopt it? It goes up on the website. March 28th, you're reimagining this plan and you're going to reset, recast your vision. This is not per se for the 28th. Two separate actions.
So you want the feedback tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I've got some too. Okay.
So I think that Dustin does a fantastic job on designing these. It's very visually easy to follow. It's easy to read. It shows the status of everything. I love that. One thing I think we might be missing is the translation of this into our social media and out to the community. We put it on the website and then it gets kind of lost unless people get directed to go look for it or they stumble upon it somewhere. There's a lot that the staff accomplishes throughout the year. There's a lot of projects that get completed. There's a lot of success stories that could come from each of the departments, even if it's putting in a pipe. People don't like to pay taxes, but they sure do like to see what their taxes accomplished. And so if we're able to maybe highlight some of those areas where we have been successful and say, look, Public Works crews fixed Stonebrook Drive and it fits into this part of our strategic plan under these goals, and kind of segue it that way, tie the two together, just for the general public. We can get lost in our own interpretations of things, and we know about it. We know it's there. We know where to look. We know what's being done, but the public really doesn't, and I think we should celebrate our wins.
Anyone else? Okay, I agree. I would say it a little bit differently, but it's basically exactly what Ms. Cunningham is saying. Throughout reviewing the annual report and looking at what you have accomplished, it's really hard to see the steps that were taken. Like you just see this was accomplished or that was accomplished. And so it's very lag measure driven. And so while we have a percentage of things that didn't get accomplished, we could, let's say we didn't, this is in the non-accomplished color. we could have the lead measures out there showing this is a 6-month out, this is a 12-month out. And I think, you have these little boxes that kind of indicate that. You know what I'm talking about, the little boxes?
Yes.
It's like, yellow or it's red. If they
Tells you the status. Yes,
right,
ma'am.
the status. But what it doesn't share with the public is like there needs to be a little bit of, and the way that Ms. Cunningham said it, I think is a very appropriate way to say, in terms of celebration. Like if you are meeting your lead measures on something that isn't quite accomplished, that is something to celebrate. And so and also when we're meeting those lead measures that drive multiple strategic accomplishments. Because we could be doing we could have this lead measure that actually pushes out into excellence 6 and 4, right? And or there are multiple areas where we could do a better job of demonstrating that for A, the council, for B, the public, and for us as council members when we're looking at, performance.
Yes.
Right? So because we do have that responsibility as well. And so I think developing that kind of lead measure accomplishment, it provides clarity.
I think in a roundabout way, it also helps us with economic development. If we're showcasing that Cibolo is a mover and shaker, and we are getting these things done, we don't just make plans and put them on a shelf anymore. We actually go after those plans and work to accomplish them. It's challenging, especially being off of 1103. There's a lot of people who think 1103 is the city's
Right.
project. And the lack of movement on that, the delays in that, if you don't know how the city works and you don't know that 1103 is not ours, it does look like the city just sits on stuff forever. And that's not true. We are doing a ton of stuff on all of our roads. We've got left and right, upside down, everywhere. But that's for people who are moving here, and I've said it for years, Cibolo is where people live. We're trying to make it that home in that community, and we're getting there. But we are a commuter city. We haven't in the past had a lot here where people have said, this is my home. I can live, work, play, do everything in Cibolo. They go elsewhere for a lot of those things. Not so much anymore. We are getting stuff, but it's still not that home. So they are not as well versed about what's going on in the city. We have a lot of new families. We have a lot of military. They don't get super into what's going on in the city. So I think that promoting that will help it become more of a community. Like, look at what my city's doing. They do care. Plus, it would encourage those businesses to come in. They don't just think we sit back and twiddle our thumbs while the streets are falling apart. We are working toward it.
And a
Go ahead,
big
Mia.
component of that is also, if you live somewhere where you don't think that the city's paying you any attention, and you're like, I pay my taxes too, right? I mean, we need to be able to also look at that as a council and say, we need to show these folks over here some love, right? We need to be equitable, fair, and consistent in the improvement of our city as a whole, and not just leave folks, on a fringe out in left field.
And I appreciate both Mayor and Ms. Cunningham, your comments about this. And we can think as a staff and reflect and put our best ideas out, and to join them with your best ideas, how we can do a better job of telling the story. I mean, things that you're talking about in here, in the strategic plan, there are a lot of big ideas, but two that really stand out that we have incrementally made progress on since 2022 are found under economic development. Initiative 1.2, which is talking about promoting attractive, well-planned major thoroughfares and growth along the I-10 corridor. We've done a lot of work to prepare the I-10 corridor. That includes investing in roads down there, includes investing in a public safety facility for which we went to the voters to ask for support to fund that. We've designed that public safety facility, and this year we'll be bidding that public safety facility. It will be under construction in the near future. And at the same time, council's also under infrastructure, under 2.2, gain control of utility service area within our growth area. And that was primarily driven by wastewater. And that's in the South Cibolo area too. So you attach it to 1.2 in economic development. We want to promote responsible growth and have good economic development along I-10 because that's a growth corridor for us. An area where we can have strong commercial centers in 2030 and beyond. And over in infrastructure, we said it's important to gain control of our destiny by gaining control of utilities. All of you understand that since resolving litigation with GV SUD, we have done a step-by-step approach. You just approved the South Cibolo wastewater master plan. That wasn't the first step. That was about the fifth step. We're now updating our impact fees. That was in our 10-step program. We're negotiating with the developer. We're going to have a presentation in front of you soon so that when we're investing in that infrastructure, we actually have a customer who's in tow. We will not be a city that waits 10 years for the first customer to deliver a product to the wastewater treatment plant. We want to have a customer helping us pay that debt. And so we'll be planning that first transmission line, the interceptor line, later this year. We'll be asking for funding to proceed with the design of that. So this plan puts big ideas out there, but it does track the success of what we've done. So to the comments that have been made, let's work together to find a way that we can better promote that through social media, through celebrating our successes in intentional ways. And let's come up with a communication plan for the next year. That's it. Any other comments or feedback?
I really do appreciate the strategic plan that you brought here to Cibolo. I hope that we inculcate the idea behind sticking to the plan for the benefit of our citizens. And like you said, the focus on focusing on getting as much done as we can with the least amount of resources that we take from our taxpayers, because everything we do is on the homeowners and the property owners in this city, and we take that very seriously.
Absolutely. And being strategic means that you make conscious decisions of what you will focus on and what you will not at the moment, not forget about it, maybe the next year. But it's all about making decisions. So you'll begin that process for your recasting of your vision March 28th at the Strategic Management Workshop. I'll work with the mayor to schedule time for us to work on the environmental scan in advance of March 28th. So in February, I'll put that on the agenda and we'll have an exercise around that. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to 12G, discussion from council members that have attended seminars, events, or meetings. Mr. McLaughlin. Ms. Councilman.
I attended the EDC meeting, the GV SUD meeting, and also the Tri-County Chamber grand opening, which is actually really nice. And a lot of surrounding communities there. A lot of businesses came out to support, so it was a good event to be there to support them.
Wonderful. Ms. Cunningham, Councilwoman Cunningham.
So I attended a career day. Those can be kind of tricky. So if anyone wants a copy of the presentation and the activity, I've done several career days over the years. I got a bunch of kids, but it's hard to keep kids' attention, especially if you get scheduled behind the wagon full of puppies or the fire truck. It's like, I can't win. I'm talking about taxes and how the city spends them. So I had an activity this year where the kids got to be a city council. We talked about how you collect a little bit of tax money from each resident, and then they had $500 in their budget for each of their little groups, and they had to come up with a budget for the city. And there were a whole bunch of different things, like animal services cost $40, police was $100, fire was $100, and they had to make those hard decisions on what are you going to fund and what are you not going to fund. And then throughout it, I had a dice, and I would roll it, and if it was their table, I gave them a real-life scenario from things that have happened in Cibolo that have affected our budget, like the fire truck that responded to a wreck and then caught on fire itself. And now we have to decide, are we going to buy a new fire truck or are we going to try to buy a used one? And they had to decide how they wanted to spend that money. Or they got a grant and they had to choose if they wanted to use that grant money, then it brought the cost down for the senior center from $30 to $15. If they didn't want the grant, then they don't want the senior center, then they didn't get that extra $15. So they were really, really funny. One of the scenarios, just because I thought it was hilarious, was you have a group of citizens that come to your council meeting. They're really upset that they're speeding on the street in their neighborhood. And you can choose to spend $10 on a traffic study to see if they need a stop sign or not. And one of the groups fought it out. They're like, well, if we don't do anything, they're just going to keep coming back and yelling at us. And we should just pay the $10. It was really funny to see their minds working. And so I was really hoping that the kids would understand, like, these aren't easy decisions, and this is money that you have to really balance. What do you need and what do you not need? One of the girls said, do we really need clean water? So it was really funny. But if y'all want a copy of that, or if you do a career day and you want the materials, I have like the fake money and the boards and everything. I did an adult protective services training. I saw it pop up, so I did it. It's online training. It was free, but it had a lot of really good resources and things about older adults. I guess they were advertising it because of the freeze, and a lot of older adults live alone and things like that. But it was really good. We do have a lot of seniors in our community. So if you can, or if you want to take that, let me know and I can send you the link. We have the Senior Citizen Prom coming up on February 14th from 1 to 4. We still have volunteer spots on that Sign Up Genius, and I still am accepting door prizes and stuff for the goodie bags if you want to participate. And then the Youth Council is going to the Youth Council Summit this weekend. So we'll see how that goes. But it'll be in Dallas. We leave on Friday, come back Sunday. Pray for Mr. Huggins and me and the other adult chaperones for this trip. It'll be interesting, but we're excited.
I went to the Methodist Hospital groundbreaking in Live Oak. A lot of the NEP mayors went there to support the expansion of that hospital. So we are going to have more services, and they are partnering to bring better health care here through their Care Now on Cibolo Valley Drive, or I guess that might be Main Street still there. I've been meeting with strategic partners like the YMCA. I have one scheduled with the chamber to talk about what they are hoping to assist us with or to be part of in our strategic plan reevaluation. I attended both the chamber and the NEP luncheon, and will be attending the mayor's dinner and kind of getting filled in a little bit more of what's happening there. I did go to the EDC meeting, and I am participating on that board in the mayor's capacity on that board. And then I also attended several and have been developing a relationship with JBSA. JBSA, one of the ladies in that group, is specifically going to help me and others in Cibolo that provide services to veterans to have a deeper understanding of who we can reach out to help us in this endeavor, as well as just our regular citizens. And so I have some trainings coming up, but I can't remember rightly when they are, so I'll have to pass it on.
So started off with, since our last meeting, we, following after that was the Martin Luther King Jr. Holiday, and was able to attend the MLK banquet for Guadalupe County. I'm not sure, I know San Antonio has a pretty big event, but was just trying to support our Guadalupe County with these events. I think it's important to show up. We had a great committee put all these things together. So I was able to attend. It was a Saturday night banquet, and they had a little bit of a theater that was playing, and just a lot of different folks in the banquet hall just enjoying a meal and just celebrating the efforts, the accomplishments of Martin Luther King Jr. Then that following Monday, we had, of course, the MLK March in Guadalupe County for Seguin. And it was nice to hear gospel singers attend, as well as preachers come in and also just give a couple of messages of encouragement for commemorating the day. And it was a really great time. That it's been about 2 years that they were not able to hold the march because of the freeze. It just kept freezing over the last 2 years. So it was really nice to see good weather and for it to all come to fruition. Also attended the JBSA for P4 meeting. It's a quarterly meeting with Mayor. She was there too, and got also to see a lot of presentations on the different groups that really help the veterans and also the elderly in our area. And since we do have a pretty high density of veterans in our area, I learned that there are a lot of resources that we have at our disposal just through our JBSA. When it came to the government shutdown, they also helped coordinate a big resource drive, and that is something that we can also leverage here within our county. And so it was really great going to this meeting, because then this just offers up more opportunities for our residents, for our city, and because of the amount of veteran population that we have here, many others can benefit from these. So it's not just for veterans, they'll bring the resources, and also our elderly and other residents within our city can benefit. Thank you.
Councilwoman Roberts.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended P&Z meeting, also was at the EDC meeting. Like to thank EDC for contributing to the safety of downtown by adding the flashing signs at the crosswalk. CRWA, my big baby. I was actually I'm on the legislature, help me. Thank you. Committee, and I was appointed as the chair. I can't even say the word, but I was appointed as chair. So I'll be getting to travel up to Austin quite a bit probably. And then today at the Senior Center, we had the Buffalo Soldiers come out and give us history of how they got started or why they were started, and just give us a great take on that whole culture. So I was super excited, and I'm going to have them back again because more people want to know more history. So, oh, and I also did a water supply and infrastructure grant webinar. That's it.
Councilwoman Brown.
I've been kind of busy following a lot of you around. I attended the MLK banquet also in Seguin with Councilwoman Sanchez, and it was really nice. The play was nice, as well as the Gospel Fest, as well as the March in New Braunfels, as well as the March in San Antonio. I also attended the Buffalo Soldiers exhibit, and it was really nice as well. Lots of history there. I also attended the YMCA meeting, and I look forward to the potential partnership opportunities with that group. I attended the Methodist ribbon cutting, groundbreaking for the Methodist Tower. It was really, really a great place to be to network for any future partnerships with the other cities too. The NEP luncheon, as well as the chamber luncheon, the ribbon cutting at Crust, and the JBSA P4 meeting, which was it was really nice for me personally because I retired out of Joint Base San Antonio, and I got to see a lot of people that that I used to work for and work with, and work for me.
Wonderful. Thank you. Sounds like we've all been busy. All right, let's see. 12H, discussion on the items the city council would like to see on future agendas. Do you want it on the next agenda for the? No. Okay. We will allow that to come back when you say, Councilman McLaughlin. Randy, were you going to say something about future agendas? No? Okay. Anything? Anybody so far? Okay. All right. Well, you can always provide that information to Ms. Simmons by Monday, 8:30, the week before it's published. All right. Now we're going to go to discussion, action on the review and confirmation of all upcoming meeting and special meetings and workshops, and scheduling the time, date, and place of additional meetings, special meetings, or workshops. Ms. Simmons, anything? Okay. Moving right along to executive session. The City Council will meet in executive session as authorized by the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with the attorney, and Section 551.074, personnel matters to discuss the following. 13A, City Secretary, Deputy City Secretary, retirement, appointment, employment, evaluation, and duties. The time is now 8:06, and we will adjourn to executive session. Good evening. The time is now 8:54, and I call the council back into regular session. No action at this time needs to be taken. I would like to move on to item 15, adjournment of the meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Second, third, fourth.
Everybody, we're adjourning. Thank you.